Live again. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. So today I'm going to work more on the monorail stations, and I'm going to redo how it is. I'm going to redo the stuff I did yesterday because it wasn't really great. So the idea is I'm going to turn triggers. I'm going to enable triggers to be monorail stations, and then we're just going to connect paths to the triggers, and they can be the monorail paths like that. So if we create a new path down here, then we can do that type of thing. So the monorail comes in, that's the station, and then it goes off again. Right, the first thing I need to do is make it so that these triggers can be monorail stations. Right now, triggers are only designed to fire events. You can't say this trigger is different from this trigger, other than what events it fires. So it's just going to be, I don't know, like a combo box or something to say what type of trigger it is. But it has to get what type of trigger it is from the game, not the editor. Okay, so let's just save that. So the goal ultimately is to have this be the monorail. It contains two paths with the station in the middle. Okay, so we have something called game triggers. Now game triggers unfortunately is in the wrong, it's in the libm engine code. Is there anything to do with triggers in the game code? I don't think so. So I might put it in the world. Unfortunately, we've called this game triggers. Game triggers would be a perfect name for what I'm about to do. We'll put it in world. And we're just going to have game trigger types like this. And all we're going to have in there at the moment is an enum class called eGame trigger type or kind U32, and it's just, we're just going to have normal and monorail station. That's all we're going to have in that file for now. And then in the game, we're just going to have t-array w string view get game trigger type names like that. is this a const? No. Well, it's static anyway. So we could make that const. We could probably make that const. Check that builds with const. All right. And we need to include here game trigger types. And this is just going to be in MW names game trigger kind get views. All right, and then in the game, what's it called? Game board editor. I'm going to tick left panel trigger mode. We'll probably do so. Could stick it right at the end. So we're going to go auto trigger kinds equals get game trigger type names. Trigger types, and then we're going to go canvas draw combo box, quite kind. So we want W string. Selected item equals trigger types 0, and then we're going to go selected item trigger types like that. So this needs to come from the trigger itself, which is a board trigger. So we're going to go U64 kind ID. So we can actually just say BM new ID there, get rid of this. And the kind ID needs to get saved. And serialized. Okay. Come on. What's going on here? There we go. We'll go back to where we were. Game board editor. Okay, so this now becomes the kind ID. So you have to say if trigger kind ID is greater than or equal to trigger types dot get count trigger kind ID equals 0, and then this is trigger kind ID. And if the combo box changes, then we have to say trigger kind ID equals trigger types dot index of so that's auto result dot new value, like that. So in theory that now allows us to make a trigger a monorail station, at least in the editor. So build. And then the next stage is we need custom layout for different types of trigger, custom widgets and stuff. So let's have a quick look at how we do that for game events. Because game events has custom layout for the custom widgets and stuff. So on conditions, we have this thing called draw condition or draw event. Draw event, if it's an engine event, alright, let's just check then that we can do this. So we can go, and we can say the trigger kind now is a monorail station. Okay, so we definitely want a separator there. Start with. Canvas draw separator. And I might put it above events and conditions. Might do that. Yeah. Cancel that. Which means it has to go. We have copy trigger ID, and then we have description, and then we have events and conditions. We'll put it here. So what was draw event? If an engine event or a game event, it has draw game event, which is a callback with the canvas and the event storage. Okay. So this is the way this is the path we're gonna go. Okay, so now we can say it's a monorail station. We can save it, undo redo works. If we load it back, load it back in, it's saved as a monorail station. So what we want now is the ability to draw more controls if it's a monorail station. So we can have another one of these called on draw trigger type, like this. And then we want template class func static void on draw trigger type callback on draw trigger type callback. Okay, so in the game now we have these callbacks, so it would be iEditor on draw trigger type. So we want UI trigger type renderer UI event renderer. So let's just copy this, and then in-game trigger types, we'll put it in here. And then we just want to implement this. So to move that into a source file. If it will let me. Let me know. Yes. Okay. So in the game, I just want to include in the game, we're already including game trigger types, so we just need to go UI. No, we didn't actually. It's not game event renderer. It's game trigger type renderer. Whoops. Copy. UI game trigger type renderer. Okay. Right. So I'm just going to put a breakpoint here. And then, in the game board editor now, wherever we're doing this here, we're going to say on draw, well, if editor, how do we do this? So go editor draw event. Then we do draw game event. If on draw game event. So I think what we need then is we want probably do it here. Void draw trigger type. The canvas and the board trigger like that. So this is going to say, so a board trigger needs some storage in it. So we're going to say hybrid storage 64, we'll say 32. Trigger type storage like that. This needs to get saved. Okay. So trigger type storage. Let's go back. So engine condition. We want to save that. We'd call reflect game condition. Which has a reader and a writer and a storage. Okay. So we want these, but for the new trigger. Types. So we'll put it here, and this is game trigger type. So we want binary write or where it's condition. Game trigger type. And this is so we've got event storage. What's event storage? So this is just hybrid storage. 32. So we could just pass in the board trigger here rather than the storage. Might do that. We sigh. Thanks for the follow. If you got any questions, then just ask, no problem. Okay. So board trigger, we need to forward declare that probably. See if it knows how to do that. Where did it put it? In the game. Awesome. See if that builds. Right, that builds. So that means here we just need to do get game reflect game trigger type L trigger. See if that builds. Yep. And then we need to do writer get game binary write game trigger type. Alright, so it's returned as a buffer. So it's get game binary write event trigger type trigger. And then get game binary read game trigger type buffer. So I think this is just buffer trigger. Oh, nice one, yeah. Yeah, have a good sleep. Yeah, I like C++ as well. It's great. It's one of them languages where you can just learn a little bit every day and it never ends, which is good. Trigger type buffer. So we can read it into this buffer. Say auto result. It's going to say if result equals read result okay. We'll binary read from that buffer, trigger type buffer, into the trigger. Okay, so we need to test all this because this is pretty mental. I mean, it's not, we're not doing anything in these, so it shouldn't. Just returns the empty buffer there. Must return a value. Result equals that. Return result. So what we're doing is we're just hooking in. This is all this code is in the engine library, and the engine library can't really see the game library. So it just hooks in the game. Because all this trigger type stuff is going to be defined in the game. It's going to be like a monorail trigger type. I don't know. A restaurant trigger type. A till, a cash register. Whatever we want. But I don't really want to pollute all of the engine code with game specific code and types and things. So this is a way to get around that. Like this engine code here doesn't care what these types are, it just fires off into the game and says write this for me. In theory. Put a breakpoint there as well. We won't put one there because it serializes all these first and I don't want to have to go through all those. Okay. Let's see what we end up with. Right. So the trigger has in it a trigger type storage, which is empty. All I want to do is it's going to stay empty because we're not doing anything. I just want to check that it still loads up, doesn't crash. I have to get rid of that breakpoint. Alright, so if we do things like change it. Write it. Do a lot of writing here. And then if we undo, we're going to read it. So we're writing there. And then we're going to read it. I mean, it's not returning okay. Oh, it is returning okay, 0, that's fine. Okay, I'm happy that that is not crashing. Right. So let's just try and make sure we can still load up. Right, so now we need to serialize. But we need to define what these are in terms of data. Right now it's just an enum. Can load it back up, which is awesome. So when we have binary write game event, it creates a writer and then it returns a buffer. So get game event, binary write game event. Okay, so I think I'm going to have is class UI, well, Yeah, UI. We could do it in here. So we could say buffer. Well, how does that work again? What does it return? What does that return? Void. Okay. So it's so it takes a binary writer, and in this case it'll be the game. So it'll be void binary write game trigger type, and it's a binary writer and it's the board trigger like that. So that is in binary writer, so we do need to include that. Where is binary writer? In the PM. Binary writer. Board trigger we can just forward declare as a structure. And then we'll put a breakpoint there. So we're going to go binary writer and actually this probably needs to be static. So we're going to do UI game trigger type render binary write game trigger type writer trigger, and then we're just going to go writer move to buffer like that. Binary read. How does this work for event? Binary read event. So it just calls binary read events. It creates a binary reader from the buffer. So it's a binary reader. So this just happens for any particular type of reader. I think we're just going to stick with binary reader. So we're going to take a binary reader. So static, probably e-read result, probably returns e-read result, right? Where were we? Yeah. Binary read game trigger type. Binary reader or trigger. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right. So we'll put a debug break there as well. So it's basically the same as this. Except this is UI game trigger type renderer, binary read game trigger type. It's not storage, it's trigger. Okay. So we want binary reader as well. Binary reader. Okay. So we are at a little endian here. Endianness little. I wonder if we could just do that. Yeah, that's fine. Right, the reflect now. So how does reflect work on the event? It calls reflect event members. Right. So we're gonna have just a default layout reader and the default layout writer, right? So, whoops. We're just gonna pass it straight along. Like that. So this includes iEditor. Does it need to for any reason? So we've got this thing called event storage as well. That's incorrect. I think this is just straight up the board trigger. We only need it for the canvas. Editor canvas is a class. So we'll forward declare editor canvas. We forward declared board trigger. We've included those. So I'm going to try and get rid of that. Well, put it in here. See if that builds. Default layout reader. They're just structures. Default layout writer. That's just a structure. Put breakpoints here and here as well. Right. So before we start using these things, we need them. So that's in iEditor. Editor canvas. We'll include that as well. Okay. And then in the game, we're just going to do UI game trigger type renderer, reflect game trigger type reader trigger, and then UI game trigger type renderer writer trigger. Whoops. All right. So what's the problem here? So this is not const. So this needs to be const. So let's just build that and we will see if there are any problems. Do we want this to be const? I mean, we technically kind of do. We might have a problem later though. We'll see. On draw trigger event. So this is actually a bod trigger. All right. So while this builds, I'm going to have a 2-minute break and make a cup of coffee. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. Fresh, massive cup of coffee. And it built fine. So see if we fire any of these breakpoints. We fired that one a bunch of times on different threads. I might fire for quite a long time actually. There's quite a lot of triggers it needs to load. Alright. So what I might do is instead of these debug breaks, I'll do this. That one, so we'll go there. I wonder if I can, if I select multiple lines, I can put in multiple breakpoints for press F9. No, that would be cool. All right. So what I'm looking for is all these code points get touched. So that one definitely does. So we'll turn that one off. And then if we just change something and move it, that one's getting touched. The right trigger and everything. If we go back, that one's getting touched. That one's getting touched. Engine's not crashing. So the writer here, this is the only one that hasn't been. If we just change this, then we save it. hit the writer. Okay. I'm happy. So we can move on now. So this gives us the space to actually define our own types of trigger. So we're just going to make one called struct monorail station trigger. And we probably want a eGame trigger kind equals monorail station, right? And all we're going to put in there is int x equals 2. And then we're just going to check that we can write, read, reflect the x value, right? So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to have a list using game trigger types equals standard tuple and we're just going to put in monorail station trigger, right? And then we want game trigger types, get game trigger types like this, and then we're just going to create a static one here. G game trigger types. We're just going to return it. I mean, that doesn't like that. Is that what I called it? It is. I'm just going to return that. Right. So we've got a list of all of the ones. So what we want to do is, first thing we're going to do is we're just going to try and draw that X value in the editor. So we want to go for each type, get game trigger types. Right. So I'm going to go using t equals standard decay t of the decal type of x. That gives the type, and we're going to say if auto data equals trigger type storage try unwrap t. So if it is this type, then we need to draw that x value. So we might just say so we'll say void draw and then we want editor canvas. Probably won't pass in the actual board trigger, and then we're just going to say data draw canvas like that. Board trigger. So board trigger is in-game board content. Right, but what we also need is a concept. So concept has the trigger type as draw, because it might not have this draw. T and editor canvas. What's the syntax for this? T draw canvas is that the right syntax? So we need to go if const expr trigger type has draw, call draw. Okay, and then all I'm going to do here is go int x equals 2 there, and just see if we get called. Ooh, okay, I've not loaded something properly there. So let's look. The monorail station room. So we added kind ID equals 0. Kind ID equals 1. Board trigger. Alright, so why aren't we... Well, let's just test we get this breakpoint fired first. No. Okay, so we need to figure out why the level has stopped loading. Levels, boat, rooms, prototypes, monorail station. So it's not able to get through these triggers properly. Because then it just doesn't load anything past here. Okay. Let's see what's happening then. Game board content. Okay. So the reader where is the reader? The reader doesn't have anything to do with triggers in it at all. Right then. Go back here. Well, maybe that's because we were loading in a level without triggers. That is also what could be happening. Ah, look, it's because of the... So this does have a trigger, right? So we want the ID. ID. So if you just look at L here for a second. And then we want the description. Miskind, get description. Points. I mean, it's coming on multiple threads as well, which is really not great. So it's here. I just put it onto a single thread. Okay. So ID, kind ID, which it doesn't have. Description. Interesting, it didn't read past description. Points. Events. Conditions. And then we're going to do not, this should do nothing. ID. Description. Events, conditions. ID, description. Okay. So it wants to stop me here for some reason. Possibly pressed the wrong button. So ID here. We're looking for one with a kind ID. Get rid of that breakpoint. Move this up here so I can see it a bit better. Kind ID. So this one has a kind ID. So this one is not loading. Points, count, conditions. Okay, so when we read past all of the triggers, which there are 3. Turn it okay. And we want to read the rigs. There's no rigs, no colliders, no sounds. 1 sprite window. Board's bright window. So we've got source ID. I mean, that seems to me like it totally worked. Grass groups. There's no grass in there. No rivers in there. No ponds. No nav meshes. No regions. 2 paths. So this is loading properly. So why is it not rendering properly? Game board editor. Well, game board content tick. That's the weather. Game board tick board. Where is it? How do we draw it? Draw. So we've got one sprite window here. There's no image. Ooh. Let's have a look. Did it delete all them alpha masks? It did. That's possibly because I was messing about with it and it was halfway through a save. So we'll undo them. I was halfway through a save and we didn't re-save all the alpha masks. Yeah, there we go. Minor inconvenience, but we're alright. Okay, so what also wasn't happening is we weren't getting this breakpoint firing here. So we're even getting the draw. We're not even getting the draw firing yet. So game board editor, tick left panel trigger mode. So it was here. Yeah, we're not even calling. So it's editor, draw, undraw trigger type. No. Editor, draw trigger type. Canvas trigger. Okay. Give that space. So now let's get rid of these breakpoints. Board trigger, what is this? This is an optional board trigger, so we want to just do that. Okay, so now if we click this, do we get that breakpoint? We still don't get that breakpoint. It doesn't do anything. If undraw trigger type, canvas trigger. All right, good. All right, so we're still not getting it. So obviously this condition is failing here. This concept is returning false. Draw editor canvas reference. Was it getting here? It is getting here. It's just got no type storage. Okay. That's because we're not setting it. If we change the kind, so we need to do a slightly different way, maybe. So we're going to say we need to make sure that it's set. So if x.type equals trigger dot kind ID, standard 2 underlying x.type equals trigger ID equals kind ID, then we need to go trigger type storage dot ensure t, like that, and then that. Type kind, it must be called kind. Okay. So now if we click it, there we go. So now we can start drawing. So let's just go canvas, draw text box, test, or just X. X. And now I have a system now where all we need to do to add different types of trigger is add to that enum. There we go, X is 2, which is what it is set to. All we need to do is just make more of these, add them into that list, and we can start drawing them. This is all game side as well, which is brilliant. So the monorail station needs if we go to the monorail controller, it needs to know what type of station it is. So enum class e monorail station kind, right? So this is going to be station kind, and this is going to be canvas draw combo box station station kind, like that. And we need to include the monorail controller. Okay. So now we can do, it's a monorail station, so we can, if it was unknown, if it was normal, it'd be a normal trigger. Monorail station, and we can select it to be Morley's monorail station. Brill. Right, so now all this needs kind of serializing. So we need to do this. Well, let's try and serialize to disk first. Serialize the actual text first. So this is not this. This is, we want to reflect this type. How does this even work? I think we should do reader. I think we just do reader data like that. And then we just do template struct reflect type monorail station trigger. Let's have a look at another place where we do this. We'll actually do it in place though. Engine events. Engine events type. Here it is. So we want these. And then what we want is the kind and the station kind, like that. And it's trivially binary serializable. Oops. I just think we do that, see if that works. Whoa, lots of errors. Where do we find it? Reflect type. So we need to include what's it called? What do we call it? Text serialization. It's libm engine text serialization. I believe. Okay. So let's just see now if we can save the monorail data. Well, it definitely wants to read it, which is nice. Get type name, monorail station trigger. Station kind. All right. Okay, that's good. So let's do this for the writer. Okay. We could template this. That could just be a layout like that. Doesn't need to happen if it has draw though. And then these can go away. That build. Use of undefined type board trigger. So I don't want to start including editor stuff in this header, so I'm going to leave it like this. Even though it's a problem now. No template. I think we could just straight up do this though. Game trigger as well. Game type trigger internal layout. Whoops. Oops. So reflect game trigger type. Okay. So in theory now we should be able to save and load from the editor information about the monorail station. So we're going to say it's Molly's monorail station and we're going to save it, and then if we look at the actual data layout, trigger, board trigger, different type of trigger though, board trigger, kind ID 1, trigger point, monorail station trigger, kind, monorail station, station kind, Molly's monorail station. Brill. So let's just try and load that back up again. All right, there it is, Molly's monorail station. Okay, so now we just need to do the serialization stuff. So we want to do this. It doesn't need to have draw though. That doesn't need to have draw. I think this is just writer.write. Data. So what's the problem? From const. Why is that const? I don't think it is const. The rate is not const, for sure. That's not const either, because we're making sure that it has proper data in it. Ooh. Now, that might be a problem in the game, because this is const. So this can't be const either. Let's just check that all builds. Can't be const because trigger is going to get changed. If trigger has not been set to a valid monorail, it will set it to 1 to make sure that it doesn't save random data that is not associated with a monorail. Okay. Yeah. So unfortunately, this needs to be const. This was a bad API choice, but it's so ingrained now everywhere. I don't really want to change it. I might spend a bit of time changing it later. Just unfortunate. All right, good. Right, I'm just gonna have a quick break while this is building. Be back in 2 minutes. ducks. So the way that we tell this works is undo redo should work now for the monorail name. If that works, then this is serializing properly. The great thing is now is we could take the paths don't need to know the monorail paths, which is awesome. This is a much better way of doing it. So if I change that to Monty's and then I undo, it goes back to unknown, so that's not quite right. Okay, so let's just check then. So we change that back, we change it to Monty's, and then we're gonna go here. Oh, it hasn't built. Different from the version. Right, that is unfortunate because that means I have to rebuild it all. So yeah, the paths don't need to know that the monorail paths now. Because in here, was it game trigger types now? In the monorail station trigger, we can put the connecting path IDs, and the paths just have to be paths. Yeah, it's very good. Very good. Which means I can take out in-game board content. So I wasn't particularly happy. We had monorail stuff in here. This is technically editor stuff, and I didn't want to start putting game stuff in the editor stuff because the editor shouldn't really care. So I can take all this out. Now, which unfortunately means undoing a lot of work I've already done, but it's actually quite nice when you land on a good design and you end up culling code, because the whole thing gets stronger. It's like trimming fat or something. All right, we'll check this works. So if we do ever end up wanting paths to be game-specific things, to have game-specific data, we'll have to do a similar thing for paths. But right now, we don't need to do that. All right, so if I put that to Monty and then I undo, it goes back to unknown, which is not correct. So where would we be? So let's have a look at binary write trigger. Do we do this? Okay, so we have a writer. I'm going to write the trigger. Do we get there? We do not get there. For some reason, it doesn't go to the right. It doesn't write. So x.kind, monorail station, trigger.kind is 0. Kind ID is 0. Different trigger, that's why. Kind ID is 0. Kind ID is 1. X.kind is monorail station. Monorail station, so that's true. Ah. So I'm sure it shouldn't have done anything. Mall is monorail station. Okay, so that did appear to work. Move to buffer. Oh man, this is difficult to... So what is T? Is an array of something. Engine conditions. This is the buffer, I think. Count 8 in it. Alright, so I think it did right. It did right. So it's the read. It doesn't work. So the trigger type storage is empty. Trigger type buffer is empty. So it didn't read the buffer out. Didn't read the buffer back out. So it's saving it, it's just not reading it. Okay. So T here, trigger point, T here, conditional event, T here, engine condition, T here, buffer of unsigned car. Alright, so this should be it. Size 0. Yeah, so it didn't. It said it was 0, which is not correct. Try that again then. So when we write, so the buffer is empty there. Oh, it could be 0 actually, because we're, yeah. Could be 0 because some triggers don't have buffers. 0, 0, 8. Okay, so it does get it back out again. Reader. Oh, we just didn't blooming implement it. Silly me. Silly me. E-read result. Then we just say result is that, and then we return the result. All right, now let's see if it works. Oh dear. So it's reader.read. All right. So turn it to Monty's and put it back. Ooh, and we crash. We crash. Okay. Crash before there. We crash on board animated rig. All right. Triggers 3. Didn't load any of the event storage. Yeah, it seems like triggers did not load properly. Oh, it's returning end of buffer. Yeah. It needs to actually be returning okay, I think. Let's try that then. Which meant it wasn't, it thought it was the end of the buffer, so it wasn't loading and restoring anything else. Okay, so if we do that. And he went back to Morley's. All right, so the binary read and write is working. Okay, great. So I think I'm going to check that in. I won't strip out the monorail stuff yet in the game board content. I think what we're going to do is we're going to... Here is actually a good place to put in what we can say, what monorail it's on. I mean, we could say that we could just hard code that Morley's monorail station is on one monorail. I think that's fine. The question is, do we want Monorail stations to go off in multiple, come in and go multiple different paths. I mean, that would be mint, wouldn't it? So we could add multiple paths like this. Multiple entry and exit paths. That would be very hard to actually sync the multiple people going in though, like the crashing. I don't think we'll do multiple entry and exit paths. So we could take out all this stuff, which would be awesome. Well, no, actually, because they need to go from room to room as well, we can't take them out. So this source path ID like we could just say if you place it in, we could work it out that it's connected. We don't actually have to explicitly say. So this would be a monorail. And the destination ID is the next path. And this one's source ID is this path. And the destination is this path. And this one's source path, that path. And this one's dest path, that path. Now we don't actually necessarily need source path either. So I might take, what I might do now is take out source path. What path? Monorail path. So I also want to take out monorail. I'm going to take out source. So we're just going to have the destination where it goes to. Okay, so let's just get rid of all these compile errors now. And we are going to spend some time putting in a path, game path type. So the world monorail path doesn't need a source either, doesn't need a previous ID. Take all that away. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is write one of these game UI widget things for paths as well. It's going to be much nicer. And I don't have to have monorail stuff in the editor directly. So what did it do? It took me hour 52 to do that. Shouldn't take me as long to do the path one, because it's just basically the same. All right. So that's it. We can say it's a Morley monorail station. It's a monorail station, Morley's monorail station. What I want to do now is change this a little bit. So the editor doesn't need to know. The editor doesn't need to know about game stuff. So the editor knows nothing about monorail stations. Here. Okay. So we're gonna have a new item called game path types. And then game trigger types. It's almost the same. So I'm just gonna put it here. So we're gonna have all this. And that's just path. Need to forward declare, edit a canvas. So we need to do these. Forward declare. Yeah. Except we want ball path. Okay, all of these need to go into create method implementations. Not there though. Okay, good. Create the file, then we can move, then we can create the method implementations and it'll put them in the right place, hopefully. Yes. Okay. All right. So that builds. It does. So we probably need all them. Let's just. It's a bit easy to read. Been easy to read for me. Oops. Okay. So, in editor now, we want static. Want another one of these. So board path on draw path type. And then we want this on draw path type. In the game, we want include game path types, and then in initialize we want to go iEditor on draw path type UI game path renderer. Alright, so it doesn't know about board paths, I don't think. I find that hard to believe. Definitely does know about board path. What's going on then? Syntax error. Alright, well, I'll forward declare it, but don't think so. Maybe so. I'll have to shut the window because it's actually cold in here today for the first time ever. I'll be 1 second to shut this window. Okay then. All right. Yep. Need that. Apparently deleted all these commas. And then we want draw path type as well. Board path path, which is just if on draw path type canvas path. And then this board monorail path. This needs to be moved out of here. All this stuff. And board monorail station. I mean, the board monorail station we've done a different way now. That's kind of deleted. This needs to be completely moved into the path, game path types. What is that? Get board path types. Needs to go away. That needs to go there. So in here we called it game trigger types. I think I'm going to call this game path types. And we're going to call this game monorail path. Station we're going to chuck. We don't want station. And this is game monorail path. Station's gone. Type, and then she's got this monorail ID. She's got the type, which is game path type now. Monorail, and she's got that. Okay. So we've just basically nuked the editor code now, so there's going to be quite a lot of errors. Some code we do want to keep though. Specifically the location. Locating the next path. Okay. So that's gone. Storage. Gone. This. All this is gone. No, we do need storage. Sorry. The try and wrap is gone. Like that. Those are gone. And we're going to call this type storage. 64. 64 is fine. And what did we do with trigger? We put 32. We'll put this up to 64 as well. Reflect stuff, I don't think we need. Any more. Okay, so that's going to go away. That's going to go away. That's going to go away. So let's have a quick look what we did with trigger here. So we got binary write. So we need these for the paths. Right, I just need a quick break actually. Just use the bathroom. Won't be long. Okay, I'm back. Million errors. That's fine. Alright, so... Oops. Get monorail station names. We're going to get rid of that again. Again, we don't want... I think we're basically stripping out the entire old system. So we want all these. And instead of game trigger, it's path. So board path probably does need forward declaring. All right. Yep. Yep. Where did it put all those? There it is. Okay, so this is e-game path kind. So we probably actually need to include, whoa. That is definitely a Visual Studio problem. We already include game path types. Buffer. So we could just copy these because it's just the same apart from its UI game path renderer, path type renderer. Binary reader. Reflect. Across their paths. Well, that's just that. It's the reader. The writer, sorry. Okay, so let's just check that builds. There's a small path. Okay, so now this is very similar. So this is get game, binary, write, game path type, constcast, board path, and then the read is this, binary write, binary read, game path type, trigger type buffer. Okay, so we need a buffer as well. Buffer path type buffer. So we read it into the buffer, and then we send the buffer to be so the data can be extracted. And then these ones, the reflect is just that. Reflect game path type L path. Check that builds. Nope. Type it's not a member of board path. Yeah, not anymore. What's happening here? Oh, blooming bracket problem. Alright, cool. So, yeah, type is not a member. Type is not a member. All right, good. So in game path types, we need to implement these methods now, which again are very similar to the trigger type ones. So the operator, that's just to draw it. So it's all the same. Path type has draw. And this, of course, is get game path types. What do we call it? Get board path types. Get. So this is game. So this is get game path types. We want the kind ID on the board path as well. So U64 kind ID is 0, and then we want kind ID path.kind ID And then path.kind ID there. Path.kind ID there. All right, so that builds. Get game path types, identifier not found. Not been forward declared. Path type storage. So what do we call this? Path type buffer. No. Type storage. Type storage is kind of a good name for it rather than path type storage because it's in a path. Yeah, so we'll just call it, oops, type storage. Kind is not part of game monorail path. Call it type. Type is not a member of game monorail path. Kind. So I wonder if here we should call this type storage as well, rather than trigger type storage. And then we'll do a draw. We'll implement draw for the monorail path. So this needs to do the thing where it puts in the button where we can navigate to the next monorail path. It's not there. The game board editor. It's here. So we need to pass stuff. We need to pass stuff here. So in the engine events, or the game event renderer, what do we pass? What do we pass? Game event types. Validate trigger. So it gets it straight out of the content. So it's the trigger ID. So what do we need to find here? Light level path. So brilliant. That will totally work the same way the triggers works then. So we don't need stations. We will do this like that. There's no path dot. It's just dest monorail. Content cache find. So let's just see if that compiles. It's not a pointer, it's a reference. Get content cache. Content cache. Editor colors. Whoops. Editor window. Room editor. What's that in? Room editor. Monorail board path. Right, so this entire thing can go now. Path type. So this is just now editor draw game path, draw path type, canvas path, believe. We draw the name of the path and then we're just going to draw its type. Ooh, no, not quite. Not quite. Well, this is where we need to select what type of path it is. Okay. So let's just strip out everything to do with board monorail paths. Tick board panel. That's just drawing the stations, so that can go. That can go. All right. So, tick left panel path mode. So we need to do editor, draw path type, canvas path. And then we need a little combo box here to select what type of path it is. Path types equals get game dot get path type names. And then we want I think it's just something like if auto result equals canvas draw combo box. Call it kind again. Yeah, we'll say if path ID, kind ID is greater than path types, greater than or equal to path types get count. We'll just say path kind ID 0. And then we'll just go path types, path kind ID path types. We'll say result. We'll do path kind ID equals path types index of path result new value. All right. So kind ID is not a member of an array. So that's path, that's why. So it doesn't like that. I'm going to say to string selected item. Is that? Okay. So let's just see now. Let's see if it builds. And we will see if we can select a type of path to be a monorail path. And then it needs to be able to draw the specific monorail path stuff. Get rid of these compile editors. Compile errors. So this is to do with passing the monorail paths into the game, which we'll have to just if-def out for now, I believe, because that's going to have to be redone. Different data representation now. So if this works, we should be able to set a path to be a monorail path, and then it should draw a little text box which allowed us to put in the station ID. If that works, then I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee to celebrate. Path undeclared identifier. Set focused ID path. Dest monorail ID. So that's just Dest monorail ID. And that button it should draw a button as well, which allows us to go to the next path. And then we need to work on serialization. All this stuff needs to get saved and serialized for undo, redo and stuff like that. All right, cool. Right, so go to paths mode, click on a path. You'll be able to say kind monorail dest path ID, and if we put in this as the dest path ID, we should be able to go to it. Yes. So now we can't save. It doesn't save it now. That's what we need to work on next. So I'm going to check this in. And then make a cup of coffee and we're back in 2 minutes. Okie dokes. So let's do the serialization. It shouldn't take long because it's literally pretty much entirely the same as the trigger one. Okay, so it's these methods we need to implement now. Right. So that's all this is path. Path. Read. And reflect. Okay, we'll do the internal one again. Reflect game path type. So that's board path. Path. Reader, oops. Reader path. And then again, write a path. All right, good. And then if we go to the game, check that we definitely forward stuff on. We do. Right, so let's just check now. If we have serialization. So that the way we check that is under redo should work for the destination path ID. And we should be able to save and load. So if you go to paths mode, it did save as kind monorail, so we put like 17 in there. And before we turn it off, let's just check if we can go back to 0. So that works. That's what me doing undo redo. And if I save it from Notepad, we go to paths, wherever that is. Path, board path, kind 1. Game monorail path, monorail, desk monorail path ID 17. Cool. So it should load it as well. Oh, what's going on? There we go. That's great. Get rid of these. So we'll connect all these paths up. So copy that path ID. So this path, this is a monorail path. Copy that path ID. So this monorail goes there. We locate it. This monorail. I need to open up the next room. Which was the fast travel room, was it? Yep. Copy that path ID. This path goes there. Copy this path. This path, it's a monorail path, goes there. So we should be able to loop them now. There, there, there. So we can follow the path. And in the middle of these paths, there's this station, which is Morley's monorail station. Great. So I'm going to do a little bit of, I want to show paths here. So we'll do that next. Tick left panel. See if there's nothing set, I think. Content, draw left. There we go. Show wind. So it will show paths. Canvas, draw checkbox, show paths. Show paths. Okay. And on show triggers, if p-root content show triggers, so it's here, I believe. If p-root content show paths for auto paths p-root content paths. So we've got these triggers here. They're not coming out of the root content. Where do they come from? Just this content. It's just this path. Canvas. All line. Draw lines in world. Path. Spline. Get points. Color. Color. It was green, wasn't it? 0.2. So we'll just draw it a little bit. We'll draw it a little bit transparent, just to show that we're not actually in paths mode. And I'm looking at all these here. This is a recursive, I believe. Is this recursive? Because if there's children, we draw it for the children. So I wonder if this is actually right, because we've got position. So we're offsetting that position, that position. That position. We're offsetting the position, the river position. Pond's position. Collider's points. So the colliders we're not showing. We're offsetting. The triggers we're not offsetting. I don't know if that's actually probably incorrect. So I think this should be plus position. This should be plus position. This means we need to translate all of them. So auto P's equals splines. Path.spline.get points. So we need to copy all the points, and then we need to go for auto P and P's P plus equals position. And then we just draw the P's. And it's the same for the colliders. This is P's. Region. Probably the same for region as well. Okay. So I should be able to show, just always draw the paths now. If you check that box. Right. So show paths doesn't work for some reason. True. Paths. 2 paths. Points. Position is 0. Why are we not drawing it then? Why cannot I see it? They all seem like pretty valid points to me. What's going on there then? Oh, it is there. It's just very, very faint. Okay. Ringo Ma, what's up? How's it going? Got any questions? And just ask, no problem. Right. Show paths. There we go. And that also needs to get serialized. L show paths content dot show paths, so we can remember. Content dot show paths. Remember next time we load it up. If you want paths to be shown or not. It would be handy if Twitch showed you when the time someone spoke. I can't get that because I don't know if that Ringo Ma spoke a long time ago. Sometimes you just get concentrating on the code and you forget to check the chat. I apologise if you've been waiting for a while. All right, good. So that's the editor side done, I think. Now we need to transfer the paths into the game. So if I do show paths and I save now, if I load the game back up, paths should still be there. Yeah, right. So now we need to get this monorail. Well, let's start with the station. We need to get this station into the game. So if we go to the light game level generator and we look at when it generates for triggers, we could maybe just do it straight away here. We could just say that. Okay, well, let's just regenerate the world. That can go back. Maybe. I think that's fine like that. So, let's do game.engine.config. World version 2. So 11 room files. We're looking for the monorail station room or the fast travel room. They both have... No, the monorail station room, so it's number 5. That has in it the information about the monorail station. So triggers. We have triggers. We've got 3 triggers. And one of them is a monorail station trigger. So I wonder if we just want to straight up say trigger events E. We want to straight up just pass this through into the light game level. So a light game level in it has trigger warp conditions, so struct light trigger game type 264 trigger ID, and then hybrid storage 64 storage, like that. And we can have an array of them. Trigger game types. And then in the default generator, we're gonna say if trigger dot type storage, let me do that. Oh, is set. Level trigger types what do we call it? Trigger game types. Dot in place light trigger game type, and we're going to say dot trigger ID equals trigger dot ID dot storage equals trigger standard move trigger storage type storage. Okay. Let's see if this works first. We either want to move it or we want to copy it. We'll move it. We might want to copy it. Maybe. This is empty. Okay. So the trigger doesn't have storage anymore. That's the only problem. We've moved it. I think we will just copy it. This is not, you know, this is not part of the game or anything. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's only a mem copy, I think. Right. So in the default world generator now, we are looking for auto trigger game type in light level, get trigger game types. So let's see if we can get it. Monorail station trigger. Okay, so we basically want... This is where we could store... Do we want to store... Do we actually want to store about the monorail in the world now? This gives us a chance to just store... This, like... We could just store all the trigger type game types in the world rather than the monorail stuff. So what else do we store in the world? Yeah, we'll store an array of game trigger types. And we'll get out of this monorail stuff. Because the world as well is part of the engine, it's not part of the game. So we'll aim to get rid of the monorail stuff. Can't do it yet because there'll be too many compile errors. So struct game trigger type or trigger game types. Use it for world trigger game types. Trigger ID, hybrid storage, 64, storage, like that. And we'll just have an array of these in here. Trigger game types. And then in the world generator, we'll just go world dot trigger game types dot in place world trigger game type. Trigger ID equals trigger game type. Trigger ID storage equals trigger game type. Storage. So now when we want to serialize the world, we need serialization for this now. So what is it? Game trigger types. So this might be better. So we only need the binary one. We could do it with, we could have another one here where you just type in the trigger ID, where you just pass the trigger ID, the kind ID, and the storage, and the hybrid storage as well. So E is U64 kind ID hybrid storage, 64 data or storage. So we could serialize directly from storage. There. So the read is here, but this is just kind ID, and this is just storage. And this just return binary read trigger kind ID trigger type storage. Write reader. Yep. And then the writer is this. Find ID. Storage. And that is binary write. So it's writer trigger.kindID trigger type storage. All right. So what that means now is in the world generator, in the world, sorry. If you want to serialize this, this is world trigger game type. Ooh. Yeah. Type. We serialize type.triggerID and we need to know the kind. Do we need to know the kind? We do, to make sure it's set. So this needs, we just need to know U64 trigger what's it called? Game type kind ID. And then this then is trigger ID. Okay, we need to go through the game as well. Yeah. So the light game generator also needs this. Trigger.kind ID. Well, the trigger has in it the kind ID already, actually. So maybe we don't need that. How would we save that then? We'd have to get the trigger. Yeah, I think we will just pass the kind ID. Just because it makes things a bit easier. Yep, and then in the like game level generator, we just want trigger kind ID. Great, so then in the world, when we want to serialize this, we have the kind ID now. So in the game, we want to be able to have these two, but we want kind ID, hybrid storage, 32, 64, storage. Did it even implement them? Yes. So this is return UI game trigger type renderer, binary write. So we need a writer. Writer, kind ID, storage, return writer, dot move to buffer. The reader, kind ID, storage. Right, so in the world now, we can totally serialize this. So this is get game, binary write, game path type, type kind, type storage. And then this is how does the reader work again? Auto result is that if result equals eRead result OK, result equals get game, binary read. So we need to actually get a buffer. Buffer. So we actually need to write in the type.trigger kind ID as well. Type.trigger kind ID. So that's just type.trigger kind ID, type.storage, type.storage. check that builds. Right then, so let's rebuild the world. Engine.config. We'll see if we do actually pass in these. We do actually save these trigger types. Well, hang on a second. Do we actually pass that into the? No, not yet. So world dot trigger game types. World dot trigger game types. Yeah, so the world can store in all of the triggers that are monorail stations, and it can store all the paths. And then the monorail controller, when it loads the game, can build the monorail out of the world data. That is great. That is a good way to do it. This is much better than what we had before. Binary write game trigger type. Kind storage. What's the problem? Because this is const. I have to go through and take out the constness from all this stuff. From this. Have to do that. I want to make a note for me to do that. That's not what I want. What's going on here? Whoa. Is the internet completely? Whoa, what's Trello doing? Trello's broken. Either that or my internet is very slow. There we go. To do, remove const from binary writer. All right. Argument list missing. Right, so does this not know about hybrid storage? Is that's just in hybrid storage. Oh, right. It's const type. Actually, binary serializer. Not binary writer. Alright, while this is building, I'm just going to go to room. I won't be long. Okay, so we built. So let's just test it. We'll run through the code and then we'll load the game and we'll see if we have it in the world. We'll have these triggers in the world. Oh, hasn't built. It says it hasn't built. Quite a lot of triggers. So let's put a breakpoint here. Yeah, I mean, it's not built, so it's going to have problems. Right. Rebuild that then. Okay, so I think let's just launch the game. Where do we get the world from? Well, we have a monorail controller. Does that get the world? Gets the world on launch. So we'll put a breakpoint there and we'll just see if they're in the world. If these little trigger game events are in the world, these trigger game types are in the world. And we'll probably put all the paths in the world as well. Um. I wonder if it's actually just worth putting the trigger points in as well. And just calling this a world trigger. Alright, let's just launch that. Still get P is null pointer. So what's happened there? Probably need to rebuild the world, sorry. So we'll rebuild the world. Okay, world. And it has trigger game types. 1. Storage monorail station. Cool. So we do need to put in like where it is. Oh no, we got it there. So we can get where the trigger is here. So I think the world trigger regions are just all the areas. So we can get the trigger game type, and we see it's trigger ID 575. We go to the trigger region, we find the trigger region with the ID 575 in it, and that will be its location in the game. Mint. Right. So we also need to do this for paths as well. So world path game type, path ID, kind, storage. Okay. Now the paths themselves. Do we want to store the paths here as well? Because otherwise we need to store a world path as well. So a world region. So game region. They're the trigger regions. They're the types. So the paths, maybe we should just store the paths. All the paths in the world here as well, rather than split them. Because triggers we split into game regions and then the actual types, the game types. But that's because most triggers don't have associated game types, whereas probably paths will. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. So we want struct world path. We already have a world path though. We have world. We have that is a world path. Bunch of game locations currently, so that's to do with pathing, as in pathfinding. So struct, we're going to say it's world spline U64 ID, U64 kind ID, or path game kind ID. Let's trigger game kind ID. Path game kind ID. And then we want the storage. And we also want the spline. Yeah, I don't like doing that where you have a spline, because I'm going to call, when I use this, I'm going to say like world spline. Spline equals something, and then I'm going to go, and then I have to go spline dot spline, which I don't like. Spline dot nerb, I'll call it nerb. Right. So we need these for the paths as well. Oops. Game path type. Oops. There we go. So we also need these. So this is U64 kind ID, hybrid storage, 64 storage. Okay, so that's the read one. This is kind ID. And this is just storage. Whoops. So that's just return binary read game path type reader path.kind ID path.storage type storage. And then the right is that, and that's just kind ID, and that is storage. So that ends up just being binary write game path type writer path.kind ID path.storage type storage again. And then the game now do this. Writer path.kind. Kind ID storage. The reader is reader kind ID storage. Kind undeclared identifier kind ID. Whoops. All right, good. So then in the world now, we want to actually do the world spline. So what is it? So this is ID. Well, ID is fine. So this is ID. This is path game kind ID. Path game kind ID. Check that builds. Path game kind ID. Check that builds now. Okay. And then we need an array of world splines. Oops. Splines. And then we're just going to go world.splines. Include them in here. And then the light game level generator now needs to load in the paths. It doesn't already. Got light level path. Different type of path now. I want to sneeze. So let's do struct light level spline. And that's going to have usage for ID, usage for kind ID, nub spline, hybrid storage, 64 storage, like that. We need an array of these. And then we need to do array, light level spline, get splines. Return it. Okay, so in the default light game level generator now, regions, paths. So for auto spline content get curves. I think is it curves? What do we call it? So we have this thing called a light level. Is this the actual path with the spline in it? It is. Okay. Fine. Board path. Yeah. Alright, so we want light level spline. Light level path. We just need that. Board path. Oh, it has it in there. Right. Okay, so what did we do with the world there then? We didn't actually put them in. World path. It's nothing to do with that. Is definitely pathfinding stuff. So light level path has a board path inside it. Okay, so we're already doing all that. That's brill. Which means that in the world generator, now we need to write this stuff. So we'll just uncomment this. If the so this now was this in world monorail path, right? We do eventually want to get rid of world monorail path. So that is just adding the points onto. So this must be in like local space. For some reason we needed to do that. And I did it like 2 days ago or yesterday. Can't remember why I did that. Yeah, because this is recursively called. Yeah. So interestingly, we don't mess with the control points or anything. There. Which we should have done. Oh, we do. Control points, sorry, yeah. So I might do this in the light level generator instead. So for auto, auto path or dest path. Level paths index for auto p in dest path spline dest path. That's a problem. Okay, we didn't. Yeah, we need to remove these. Still doesn't like it. What's going on? Test path. There we go. Board path. Spline. Get points. E plus equals position. And then for auto P and test path. Board path dot spline dot get control points. E plus equals position. So we'll do that there. And then in the world generator, we don't have to do this. Okay, so I'm going to if zero this back out again because it's going to be deleted shortly. So we're just going to say world paths. What do we call it in the world? Call it a world spline. Do we have an array of them? So world.splines and place world spline. All right. The ID equals source path, board path ID. We probably need a room ID as well, or at least a room path. So W string room, put it there. Spline dot room. A source path game kind ID. This is the board path.kind ID. Board path.kind ID. .nerb equals source path board path spline .storage equals source path board path storage. It's probably not called storage though. Type storage. All right then. Oops. Get rid of them. Trigger ID. So it's not a trigger. It's a path. No, it's a trigger, that one. Path, trigger ID, trigger getting height, storage. So what's the problem here? Will trigger game type. Must have called it the same thing. Oh, world trigger game type in the world. Fine. There's a problem with that. Maybe I spelt it wrong. Oh yeah, I spelled it wrong. Okay, cool. So that's basically it. That passes all of the splines in. So let's run this again, and probably do need to build the world and see if the world has all the splines in with all of their data and stuff. And then we have enough information there to build the monorail in the game, I believe, which is amazing. So today's mostly been around about rejigging, moving around code, taking out one system, replacing it with another. I actually haven't made any forward progress really. So we'll take out the monorail stuff. So the monorail controller, right, has a bunch of stuff. It assumes the world has monorails now, which is not correct because the monorails are going to get built inside here, which is much better because this is the monorail controller. This is meant to be the overall system for monorails, so it doesn't make sense that it gets monorails from somewhere else. It makes more sense that they're made in here. It just means all this stuff is going to have to get changed. I mean, that obviously this is A lot of this stuff is actually hard coded. This hard coded a station and stuff. And we just basically need to... This needs to change because this assumes that the stations are in the middle of the paths. Now the station's at the end of the path. So I would say probably scrap all this. Get back to the bare minimum. And then re-implement the moving of the cars with the new system. So the world in it has splines, type monorail station, trigger. Ooh, that's kind of wrong. Trigger game types, monorail station trigger. Splines, they're being set to the wrong thing there. So where does that happen? So let's rebuild the world again. So the source path in it, board path, monorail path, game monorail path. That's correct. So the world has one spline in it now. It's a monorail path. So that's obviously, it must be to do with deserializing. Yes, we're deserializing the wrong type there. Path. Okay, good. Deserializing this path into a trigger, and it should be deserializing into a path. Right, so I think we basically scrap the monorail controller code. Start again. Which, you know, is good, because this is a much better system. Okay. It's got 3 splines in it. And the monorail paths. Good. That's a monorail path. That's a monorail path. They don't have the nerve though. Or the room. I don't think they sent the room in actually. We've got the kind. It's a monorail path. Nerve empty. Room empty. So in the world generator, so where does the room come in? After the kind ID. So got room equals how do we get the room by name? Source path, room path. Okay, so that gets us the room. The NURB was not being passed. It's not being compiled in. That's probably to do with, actually, it's not even doing it here. Spline.NURB. So we actually need to make sure that's getting written into the file. Spline.NURB and read from the file. Cool. Delete them breakpoints, and then that should be it. We can finally move off editor stuff. Oh. But that was really good. We got, so the editor now, you can create paths and you can say paths are different things. So we've got a monorail path, but we might want, like, we definitely are going to want things like light paths. So I want to do like neon signs with lighting effects, and that's all going to be on paths. So we can say it's a light path and stuff now, and that'll be very easy to implement because we have game path types. So we could just make, you know, a game light path, add it into the list, and then we can use it, which is awesome. And also triggers can be different things. Now, you can say a different kind. So we could put an icon in, say it's a monorail station. All right. Deleted our breakpoint, unfortunately. We were checking. What was that in? Monorail controller. We were checking the state of the world. World. So splines. Got the room. The ID of the spline. The NURB. That's all correct. Storage. That's correct. It's a monorail path. Right. So let's check that in. And we could have an icon for the editor. Just for the trigger. So you can see that. So I'll be able to tell that it's a monorail station. Like these. I know that's a spawn point. I know that's a warp point because of the little man, little arrow. So we want like a little train icon there. Okay. So how do we do that? Let's game board editor. Tick board panel. Triggers mode. Draw triggers. Oh no. So this has got draw conditional game events, draw engine conditions, draw icon in world. Object UI renderer of T. That's if it's an E condition. If it's a game condition, we've not done that. We have done that for game events though. Draw event icon in world. So that is just another callback. Right, yeah. Ugh. So we want this. Position. I'm not sure why we're passing that through by value. Whatever. On draw trigger type icon in world. So set it to the same callback. And then in the trigger game trigger types, we'll have another one which has got const vec to position, and we'll implement that. If it will let me create implementation, and we want another one. Let's draw icon. Const vec to position. Position. And then we're just going to do this. We're going to say as draw icon, position. Draw icon in world, it probably should be. All right. So we're gonna go void draw icon in world, edit a canvas, const vec to position, like that. And we'll just put a breakpoint in there, and then in the game board, what is it? iEditor. We want draw trigger type icon in world. which just says if on draw trigger type icon in world, on draw trigger type icon in world, canvas trigger position. And then we need to work out how to draw it. So it's in the game board editor. We're in triggers here. If bounding box. So we're going to say if trigger dot type storage dot is set. Editor draw trigger type icon in world. Canvas trigger position rect dot center. That's it. So if this works, we'll just get a breakpoint fire exactly where we need to draw that icon. Once it's built. Okay, so we've got a triggers. There we go. So we just need to draw an icon at that position. So if we go to game events, sites, we have draw icon in here. Basically that. So we'll draw it a different colour. We'll draw in purple, maybe. The bin icon. We don't want that. So include the BM engine editor colours. So we'll get a bin icon. I think what we want is a monorail style icon, if there is one in the font. Oops. So we got the bin icon. It's purple's not that different from the blue that we're already drawing. So we'll draw it pure white. And then we need to get a good icon for a monorail station. Let's have a look. Anything to do with a train. They've even got the shuttle. Surely they've got train stuff. Train, that. It's more of a bus. There we go. I'll do this one. F F238. 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 Monorail icon. F238. Check it was definitely F238. F238. Alright, mint. So that's going to be a monorail icon. Right, while this builds, this might take a while putting a new glyph in. I'm going to make a cup of coffee again. See you in 2 minutes. Okay. Just about built now. So now we can remove everything out of the monorail controller and basically re-implement that. I've only got half an hour left. No, I've got an hour. About an hour left. I'm feeling not too tired. Been going for 4 hours 20 now. Feeling not too tired, so give it a go. Oh. That's not what I want to test. There we go. So that's a monorail station. If we stop it being a monorail station, it goes away. Undo. Brilliant. Okay. So just so we did, what did we do? Trigger and spline game types in editor. So that draws a line under the editor stuff. Now we need to go to the monorail controller and delete all this stuff. So this is getting the monorails out. This is putting cars on the monorail. So let's just, so that all the stations, yeah, that's correct. I think this, we'll keep them. We'll just chuck all this. Which is a shame. It looked good. Game HUD, that's for drawing labels, so we'll keep that in. And then in the world, this will be very satisfying. You can delete all this stuff. All that. So there's nothing to do with monorails in the world anymore, which is great. So the world's meant to be just a bit more general, rather than having game specific things in there. Like I would consider the monorail system a game specific system and not to do with the engine really. Game specific stuff goes in the controllers, like the World Monorail controller. Alright, cool. So, the monorail controller. What has this got inside? Monorail station. I want to get rid of them. The cars. Monorail. This is of having more than one monorail. Do we want to have more than one monorail in the space station? I'm going to say no for now. Okay. Which means monorail stations. We should maybe put monorail stations in the monorail. If there's only one monorail. Yeah, we'll do that. Cars and stations. All right. So we're going to go auto index equals monorails dot in place. And then let's go monorails, index, stations, and then monorails, that's for each station. and then monorails index cars dot in place. Oh, just say equals, and it's a monorail car. ID monorail ID. Or monorail index. Monorails do have an ID. Yeah. So we're just going to say ID 0, well, ID 1. Monorails, the monorail it belongs to. Oh, monorails index ID. Current path index 0. Right, so we actually need to build out these monorails now. So when you construct a monorail station, it should probably look in the world to see where it is. Yeah. So a monorail station. So you construct one. So now we need to find out where it is. So the monorail station ID could be the trigger ID. Couldn't it? They're all triggers now. So if you get rid of that, say the kind equals the kind. And then we can go auto world equals get world. Say for auto trigger in world dot get. We need to get the game trigger types. We could find it, couldn't we? We could say optref world game trigger type, get game trigger type 364 kind. Is it kind? No, I mean, no. Get game trigger types like that. What's it called? Game types. So we need to get game trigger types, right? If trigger game kind equals standard to underlying game trigger kind monorail station. So if it's not a monorail station, continue. So this is a monorail station. So maybe we don't even need to do that. We can say if auto data equals trigger storage dot try unwrap game monorail station trigger. Okay, and we say if data station kind equals kind. Great, found it. So let's try that. So this is in game trigger types, which we probably have to include. Okay, so let's see if we can find the trigger out of the world, and then we can get its position, and then we know where the station is in the world. We need to boot directly into the world as well. Right, so what's happened here? Too many, man. Okay, let's rebuild the world. Okay, there we go. So get the world. There we go. So data is, so it's Molly's monorail station. And we have the trigger, so we have its ID. So we can say if auto region equals world, get trigger region. For trigger ID, trigger ID. I can set this station's position in the world now. Now it should probably be a game region. So this is region. Source region. To include game region. Where is game region? Game locations, in-game location probably is. Yeah. All right. And then the station also needs what path? The paths. Okay. I was going to say, if region bounds that area. So if we have a region, we need to get all of the paths that have control points overlapping that region, or end points. Okay, so let's just boot straight into the game because I don't want to have to keep going through the editor. So for auto path in world, get paths, get splined, what do we call it? Obviously nothing. So we need to get the world splines. So this is spline. Get world splines. So if the we're just going to say if any control, if any of the well. It's if we have a spline that is a monorail spline and it intersects with the trigger and a control point intersects with the trigger, then we know that the stations are connected. We just want to know if it's a source, if it's entering the spline, it's entering the station or leaving the station. And I think we do that. We know it's entering the station if it has a destination spline that it also intersects the station. So I'm going to say if spline if auto data equals spline dot storage dot try and wrap monorail path, what do we call it, game path types, game monorail path, game monorail path, so yeah, if it's a game monorail path, then we need to say for auto p in spline dot nerve. Do we have bounds there? Spline dot nerve. Get control points. If region dot bounds dot intersect P. Well, if not that, continue. So we're intersecting. But we don't know whether it's the source or the destination. We don't know whether it's coming into the station or the spline's leaving the station. So I'm going to say, so we need to find, so auto splines is that. And then a world spline, we need to be able to find it on its ID. So I'm going to say if auto other spline equals splines dot find spline dot, no, it's data. So we need to include game path types. Data des monorail path ID. If there's another spline, so let's just check now. Let's just go through all this. If there's another spline, we need to make sure that that intersects as well. And if they both intersect, we have the source and the dest. Okay, so it's not just a region bounds intersects either. They have to be in the same room. Okay, so if spline dot room is not equal to region dot room, continue. Have to be in the same room. Okay, so we have the other spline. So this is the actual, this is the source spline we're trying to find now. And then this would be the dest spline. The source being that feeds the monorail station, the dest spline which leaves the monorail station. So we need to go for auto P2 is dest spline. So I'm gonna say source P, and this is dest P. Dest spline nerd. Dest spline. Whoa. Nerd. Oops. Get control points. Yeah, so we just do this as well. Have to be in the same room. Yeah. If region dot bounds dot intersect dest p. Oh, didn't write the word if. We have it. We have our source and our dest spline. Now. Dr. Elliot, howdy, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Just working on the monorail system. Basically, I worked on it all day yesterday and scrapped it and started again today. So this is much better though. There we go. So the dest spline. So we have the source and the dest now. So we need U64 source spline ID, U64 dest spline ID. So the source spline ID equals source spline ID well, we only need to store the source spline ID actually, because we can get the dest spline ID from the source spline ID. We'll save it, it's fine. Dest spline ID equals dest spline ID. So once we go through this rigmarole, we have 2 stations. We only have 1 station there. Didn't place it. Let's try that again. Because it given the same ID, maybe. No, stations, 2 stations. Source spline and dest spline and where it is. Monty's monorail station has nothing in it because there's nothing been put in it in the editor. So the only thing I need to do now is set the ID. So the ID is the trigger ID. Trigger ID. Brilliant. Now, do I actually want to store the trigger ID as the ID? If this ID is going to end up in the save file, I don't want to do that. It's not. The ID is not going to end up in the save file. The only thing that's going to end up in the save file would be the kind of monorail station, which is written right there. Because then everything else is just generated. Alright, cool. So we have 1 monorail, got 1 car. So the monorail ID, it's got the path index. Path index, interesting. Path index is kind of wrong then. We do need path ID for the monorail car. So current path ID. Let me just set it to 0 when we construct it. All right, cool. So the question is now, where do we put the monorail car? If its path ID is, if the current path ID is 0, it needs to be placed on the monorail somewhere. So I wonder if you should just place one car at each station. I don't know. Alright, so let's just get to drawing the monorails for now. So for auto station, well, for auto M in monorails, for auto S in M dot stations, if S dot region, Nuke Bird, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Room is not equal to the locations room. Continue. So now we'll just draw the station. So we'll just say canvas, draw quad. Well, draw circle in world. Circle outline in world. The center is going to be s.region position. Well, is it position? Bounds.center. Radius 3 world units. Seg count 16. Float color, we'll say it's white. Z int max. So we'll just go with that for now. So that should just draw all the stations. Just working on the monorail system. Okay, so there's our station. Get a lot of money. What software brings in a lot of money? No, God, I have no idea. Money's not ever been my focus. Obviously, all this AI stuff is the new big thing at the moment. What do you make at your work? What products? Alright, so that's the monorail station. Placed in the editor. So the monorails So the station. So we probably need to draw just all of the splines in this room. So for auto spline in get world, yeah, I mean that's the way you would want to run your company. You would definitely want programmers to be programmers, marketing, sales to be marketing and sales, because then you get the best people doing the job. All right. You mean AI, augmented reality? Touch anything? Ah, that sounds cool. It's kind of like 1980s sci-fi. That. I'm gonna pick up this file and I'm gonna place it over here on this computer. That's what they would do in movies to show, like, when people didn't know what computers were. Sounds cool, though. Get world splines. If spline that's not right. That's definitely not what a spline is. IntelliSense. World spline. Room. Oh, it's probably because I'm doing an arrow. Room equals it's not equal to location room. Continue. And then we're just going to draw the spline. Canvas. Draw lines in world. Do you mean when you say I basically touch on it, you mean you personally rather than the software? Yeah, I might have misread that. I thought that you're meaning the software can touch anything, all the microservices and cloud computing as augmented reality. That'd be crazy. Spline. Get points. Float color, we'll do it green. Again, in max. So that just draws all of the splines in the room as well. There we go. So if we place a car at the station, then what does that mean? That means placing it probably at the destination spline's first control point. So we've got T there. T is 0. So we just want the current path ID. Oh, amazing. So I was in the games industry when Kinect was being... Do you remember Kinect for Xbox? Was it called Kinect? Yeah, you know, it wasn't really augmented reality, but it was like this first step. And that was all, that hadn't been released yet. And that was all R&D. I wasn't on the R&D, I was on the graphics stuff. But that was all happening at the same time. That was a long time ago. I did get to use Kinect though. Like the research, so basically it was cool, like the actual dev kits for Kinect were a lot more powerful than they actually ended up being. They had like internal processors, they could do their own processing, and they're really cool. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, and then people who I worked with then ended up going to work on HoloLens after that. You alright? Alright, cool.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm in tomorrow, yeah. Yeah, that was cool. They could do a lot more cool stuff. I think they scaled it back because it became too expensive to sell. Like the price point was becoming too expensive. Alright, so this monorail car, we just need to know where it is. So we're going to go...
See you tomorrow. Just need to get the right time and date. We hospital appointment.
Oh, right, yeah. See you tomorrow, yeah. Bye. So we need to pick a station. So... auto... Okay. We're just going to send it in the current path. Yeah. And then you work on stuff for a long time and nothing ever happens. Nothing gets done with it. That's frustrating. So we're going to pass. It'd be good for it to find its own path. Yeah. So get monorail controller. For auto in MC. Get monorails. Good spell monorail. So we could do get monorail. Optref. So we could do something like standard span monorail station. Get stations. U64 monorail ID. Do that. So we want to go for, well, if auto m equals monorails, find monorail ID. return dot stations, else just return standard span monorail station. Monorail station. So can you find a monorail by ID? You can. Return that. So are you in Nukebird? Are you in C++ doing your research? Is that what you do? So for auto state, well, we need to pick a random station basically. There's only one station. So I'm going to say if MC, we'll put it on the first station for now. Auto stations equals MC get stations for the monorail ID. If stations.size, we're going to say current path ID stations 0 dot dest spline ID. So that's the start of the path. Oh, really? Yeah, cool. A lot of stuff then. See, I love working on my own, so that would suit me. I mean, I don't know, I've not really had much experience working in a team, so... yeah. This music's too loud for me. Let's turn this music down, hang on. How do I do that? Yeah, just get a project and just see it through. That's what I love as well. I'm not I don't like flip-flopping really. I'll work on something for years and years. I quite like that. GLSL, so you've done some graphics programming. That's my that was what I was a graphics programmer when I was in the industry all them years ago. But it was HLSL then. And C++ as well. Lots and lots of shaders. Alright. So we're just setting it to the station, the first station's destination, spline ID. What's your way to organize files? Right, good question that. So there's a directory. Assets. So you're talking about assets rather than code. So there's raw assets, which is all of these except the data folder, which is why it's lowercase. This is game data. So this is what gets shipped to the player. And they're just binary. So there's assets.lst, and that's a directory with like asset IDs and then locations in here. And this is just all data. And they get split up, so you can decide. Ooh. No, it's better with big ones. You can decide how you want to split these up to try and minimize how often you have to hit the disk to get data. And that's done using these packs. So each pack gets compiled down into one of them files and other things as well that the actual game needs. But when you're talking about assets, and then sound banks. So, but packs are the most important. So you can split things. If you know you're going to, say you've got like, I don't know, an army of soldiers and they've all got assets and they've all got meshes, and you know they're all going to be loaded together and on screen at the same time. You can put them all in the same pack. And then what that means is when the game engine requests the data for that army of soldiers, it hits the disk once, just loads it, and then decompresses it and stuff all at the same time. Yeah, it's memory chunks, yeah. Decompresses it all at the same time. And then you don't have to keep like going to the disk all the time, getting little bits of data. You can arrange it in such a way that you can hopefully minimize the amount you have to do of disk reading. And then I have an artwork folder, which is nothing to do really with game data or anything. That's just where I store all of my artwork. So that you can go to this folder in the editor, and I only have it here inside the assets folder, so it gets added to source control. But in theory, these could be anywhere on the computer. Compiled. So these are where all the compiled shaders live. And the PDBs. There's lots of PDBs. So the way that the shader system works is it's not one shader per file. The shader groups, so you can write like lots of shaders in one file. But then each individual shader produces its own PDB, so you can debug it. Content browser. So this is like the content browser is the tool in the editor where you can like store all of your assets basically. So these store like thumbnails and stuff like that. Lots of different things. Well, I don't know if there's lots of different things. Thumbnails, collision data. So you can do like per pixel collision. I can't remember what these are really. It's all pretty old. The implementations were done a long time ago. Fonts. So this is the fonts folder. And then this cleared folder is what I have a license to use, you know. Project structure in terms of code. Game and gameplay. Oh, cool. So the way I work is for gameplay is each big gameplay system is called a controller. So if I search for controller, so there's like fast travel, the ground, which manages like planting and anything that drops onto the ground, inventory, monorail, not that's part of the engine. Movement, the party is like who is in your party. Planting, so that's to do with that manages plants and stuff. Shops, technology, world map, and they're like the big systems. And then you just, if you want stuff to do with fast travel, you just get the fast travel controller and you look in there. Yeah, it's a little bit ECS. So, they're like, for instance, the monorail car. If you wanted to give them a monorail cars, like, you know, the thing that you climb in to travel the monorail. And if you wanted to give the monorail car an inventory bag, so say you wanted it to have items. So say like, I don't know, part of the game was the monorail car had a shop in there or something that was, then you would just, using the monorail car's ID, you would create an inventory bag with that ID. So, how would you do that? Let's get game state dot create inventory bag with that ID of this car. So the ID is the common link. So if you wanted to get the monorail car's inventory, you would go through get the inventory bag of the monorail car's ID. Do you know what I mean? So in the entity component world, the ID would be the entity, and the components would be like the inventory bag. But it's not strict kind of add component, you know. All files in the same folder. Source files again. No, so there's 2 projects. There's BM Engine. I mean, there's more than 2 projects. There's 2 solutions. BM Engine's the engine and the game. And then BM is the utility library. That's like, you know, my standard template library. Although it's nothing like standard template library. And then you've got the assets. You've got the build tool, which is what I use to build anything like, it builds shaders and stuff like that. DXC's not mine. That's the shader compiler that you get off Microsoft, or whoever makes that. The executable, free type font rasterizer, the engine code, the graphics code, OGG, which is sound. Packages, so that's Visual Studios, you know, gets X Audio for sound and Pix for graphics debugging. Or Sci-Fi Gardener. Sci-Fi Gardener is the name of the project. Here. So that's just all the gameplay code. And then shaders. Sci-Fi Garden is the name of the game. So if you look at Visual Studio, you've got all the engine stuff in here, and then Sci-Fi Garden is just a separate lib that gets built and linked. So the engine holds the executable, you know, and then the game is a lib. So if you wanted to actually, like, you could, in theory, I don't know, like, if this was, you could make this into a DLL, and then you could, at runtime, like, chuck Sci-Fi Gardener out and load in a new game if you wanted to. But I haven't done that. So that's an those 2 are EXEs and they're libs. And that's just shaders, so that's just source files. So there's like 3 libraries, 2 executables, and then the game library itself. And then I try as much as possible to not let Sci-Fi Gardener cross over into here, you know? Sometimes that's very hard. I have tricks that I do. Because obviously the editor is in here, and the editor needs to know about stuff about the game. Which is actually what I've been doing this morning. I've been making the editor know about the monorail stuff, even though the editor doesn't actually have access to any of the monorail code. But to actually make, make something in the game is fairly straightforward because you just use those controllers. So the monorail, yeah. So I was just getting the monorail car onto a station there, and that means now I can just draw it. So for auto, I could do that here. For auto cars in monorail in m.cars. We need to get the current path. Could do it here. If car current path ID equals spline ID and draw it. So we'll just say canvas draw circle in world the point. So we want to do auto P. Well, let's just say car dot position. Doesn't seem to know what cars are. M. All right. Let's do that for now. Car dot position equals spline dot nerve dot get point car dot t, and then we'll just draw it. Car dot position radius, say 0.5, seg count 16, float color. We'll draw the cars blue for now in max. Yeah, you should definitely have a go at doing a game. It's really good fun. Would you use another engine, or would you make your own engine? Alright, there's the car. It's not at the start of the monorail though. Not on the start of the station. So where's T? So what do we set T to be? Oh, just a random place. So we're going to set T to be 0. And it should be at the station. There we go. So it's at the monorail station now. So we want probably, we'll say, I want to draw the monorail splines behind. So we need to move the car. So the step. So we're going to say auto step equals dt divided by spline dot nerve dot get length. That creates a constant step. Are you wanting to implement some hard things? I can give you some hard projects. Or do you mean as a job? I mean, you want to implement hard things in your day job, or or do you want to do it in your spare time? So when you say architecture, do you mean code architecture? Organising big projects or little projects? That's kind of subjective. Different people like different things. Yeah, code architecture and organisation. Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, different people like to organise code in different ways. It's best for their brains, I suppose. I'm very loose, like it is object-oriented programming. So that what they teach you at the beginning would be, yeah, like objects, classes and objects. Because that is a good way of compartmentalizing the problem in your brain. But then you can get beyond that and you can get a bit looser with it, and it becomes a bit more flexible, but maybe a little bit harder to pick up for other people. And it's very different if where you work imposes standards as well. Because I've always worked on my own, I've come up with my own ways of organising code. Not a big fan of inheritance. Yeah. Inheritance has big problems. Mainly, I mean, a big one is what happens if you change an interface. If you change an interface, it requires an enormous, if you have a big code base, amount of changes. I don't use a lot of inheritance either. Right now I'm doing what is it? What have I just implemented? Game trigger types. So I'm quite liking these. So you can, in C++ now, you can make concepts, which is like, does this class T have this method called draw that takes a canvas? And then you can do things like, what would it be? If this T has a method called draw, then call it. But if it doesn't, then don't call it. Which is kind of similar to you inherit something and you override, or you don't override, depending, a function from the parent class. And if you don't override it, it just calls the parent one. But if you do override it, it calls yours. This is a little bit different because it's saying if if you've not implemented it, just don't call it at all. So if this draw's not been implemented, so I have implemented it here, so it'll get called. But if I was to do another struct, like that, and you don't implement it, say you just implement this one instead, and you leave that one out, and you pass it into the system, it won't be a compile error, it just won't call it. Whereas to do this in an object-oriented way, you'd have to do something like and that'd have like some implementation. IFOO like that. And then it would call this one instead if you didn't implement it. But in this other way, it just doesn't get called at all. Resix, hey, how's it going? Has it been about a day or so since you started your project? It's been about a day or so since you started your project. The Monorail stuff I've been working on about 2 days. Been working on this. This is in week 8 for the game. If we're not talking about performance. If I want to check out pathfinding works, I'll find pathfinding system that worked only with stuff related to pattern. Yeah, that keeps it a lot simpler. I try and do that actually. Logic encapsulated stuff. And you can make it fast. Where the ECS falls down is when the systems need lots of the components to run. It's always finding that balance where, because getting a component in an ECS system defeats the point of the whole ECS thing in a weird way. The whole point of ECS, the components is they're stored together and they operate together, and they're like, you process them together. So the idea is you split them all into logical units that don't depend on each other, so you can process them all at the same time on different threads if you want, and you don't need to share data, or you need to minimize sharing data, and that keeps it really, really fast. But if you have systems that gets a component from over here and a component from over here and a component from over there, then you suffer all of the cache problems that it's meant to solve. Yeah, exactly. If you need more than 3 components, maybe you should put them in their own component. But then you have lots of edge niche cases everywhere. Components that are just used, which you could do, just used in one place. It's another one of those things which is logically quite nice, and I think people use it. Like in Unity, it's quite nice from an editor point of view, especially when you're not very familiar with coding, to mentally have this picture of components. And that's nice, and that's a similar thing with object-oriented programming. Yeah. That's it. Again, it's very easy to make bad design, to design something that's doesn't take full advantage of ECS. Unless you have lots of experience, you know exactly what you're making, which is often not true, not the case. Having said that, if you have a lot of experience and you have an entity component system in your engine, you can make it very performant, especially with the, if you can keep all the data logically separate, and then you can just process them all in parallel. That's the real strength of the ECS. Gonna have to go soon. And kids finishing school. So what do we do? Let's just get this monorail, let's get this car moving on this monorail, and then we will call it a day. So we have our step. So car dot speed plus equals car dot acceleration how did I work this? Is it step like that? Car.t plus equals car.speed times step. Car.t is greater than 1. Car.t equals 0. There it goes, it's off. So now it's actually going to get faster and faster. So car.speed equals BM clamp car.speed no 0 to 4. Put it out of 10 and see what happens. So we've got cars moving along the monorail, only on one path at the moment. Tomorrow I need to so it's going to come back to the start of that path. There's 2 paths here. There's one there and there's one there. So I need it to go to the next path, which is this path. But that's for tomorrow. Right, I'm going to have to head off, guys. But yeah, thanks for the chat. I'm back here at 9:30 tomorrow. 9:30 in the morning. I've got to go and get my kid from school now. Yeah, you too, man. Are you a man or a girl? Or in between? Keep calling you man. Man or a woman? Anyway, you're a guy too. When I say man, I don't mean guy. My area, if you can say man to anybody. Hey man, how's it going? But obviously I'm talking to people from all over the place who might not have that in their culture, so I apologise if I mix up your gender. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go. See you later.